Thriving Kings, thanks for thriving in Hoaglandia for the last 22 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Schnappalap, schnappalap. The factory must grow, something like that. How much high voltage do you end up playing? Absolutely none. I find high voltage completely unenjoyable and never play the mode. I play video games for fun. High voltage does not generate any joy for me personally. Stand up for a little bit, shall we? But Jeff, the currency. There actually isn't any currency in high voltage either this time around. There actually isn't any currency. Oh, stereo Jeff, apologies. Not even a minute into the stamp segment and Jeff's already breaking out the F word. Yep. Hold on just a second, gamers. My artist is messaging me back about sub alerts. Boxor, thank you for the 52 months. Wilco, coming in hot for the 29. 2099 certainly still needs a buff, no matter how long that's been your username. Thank you for the 33 months. I don't think I'm waiting for anything in here. Patch week and OTA week for Marvel Snap. All right, this was terrible. Jace, do you have your Jean Grey pile of cards? Did you miss? I mean, do we need to data dive? Is the data different than what my? I did a Dex roundup over the weekend. Like, is there anything? But do we expect anything to be meaningfully different? We're kind of at a point where I would be surprised if data meaningfully changed. Oh yeah, and there's a feature location. Yeah, if you're looking for decks and stats and stuff, go check out the Dex roundup on the Hooglandia. What's it called? Yeah, there isn't even new data. I guess there was like a day's worth of data in there, but like yeah, these are like exactly what we were looking at a second ago. Random name. Thanks for being random in here at Hooglandia. The last 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. So the Hooglandians had been playing Jean Grey plus Cosmo as a way to shit on Star-Lord decks. Is Ronin actually good? So, Super Giant is so good, you can play a card as terrible as Ronin to make numbers for you. Is like the TLDR on the Ronin deck that has good stats. So it's not really that Ronin is good so much as like Super Giant's just such a good tech card at the moment. Can I cram Super Giant into any deck in that case, so long as that deck isn't hindered by Super Giant's effect? Celestial Martyr, thank you for the 19 months. Good morning, good morning. Yes, the deck needs to not have something crucial to do on turn 4 or 5 in order to play Super Giant. Look at Robert jumping right into the center. Things you love to see. Is Goose plus Jean Grey a combo that is too cope? I've been meaning to try it. What do you think Goose plus Jean Grey does? Because I'll bet it doesn't do what you think it does. So for reference, Goose plus Jean Grey does not stop your opponent from playing 4, 5s, and 6s. It's an instance of reading the card explains the card. All right, not playing zombie, Mr. Fantastic. Got it. Oh my goodness. That's so bad. That's so bad for me. Does anybody know who won at the Bad Bunny concert last night? That's such a funny way to put that. They're Mr. Negative here, obviously, yeah. Why no zombie? I mean, sure, I guess. I guess that means I can play this here next turn. Are they not Mr. Negative? Weird. Hey, EXO, thanks for always being here.
I am Iron Man.
All right, now big are we on the left? Not big enough? Sorry, Tony, you gotta go, bud. That might be the best thing First Steps Destruction I've ever experienced. It was very, very good. Will you be watching the new Game of Thrones show on HBO Max? I'm really not a fan of watching shows as they air. I feel like 4 is like the minimum number of seasons I need for me to sit down and watch something. Let's wait on Ham for a turn, actually. We'll activate him going into the... Oh, no, I should do it this turn, because if they accelerate, they can Mr. Negative me next turn. Yeah, I'm dumb. I should have done this turn. I was thinking wrong. They have accelerants. Yeah, or it might be canceled before it has enough content to really be meaningful. Also relevant. We're playing the Jean Grey Cosmo deck. We're toxic. Oh, come on now, chat. Just a byproduct of the environment in which I've been raised. Don't judge me. Maybe I should have Cosmo'd the center this turn. Because that's where they're most likely to play what's your name to? Or what's his name to? Where do they play Jane out at? I think it's over here, yeah? Every time? Every time. Unlucky. Unlucky. Bionic Microbe. Thanks for the almost 3 years. Welcome back. Alright, they could drop to 2 cards here. They drew 2 cards. Probably supposed to leave. This is unironically another matchup where Jean Grey plus Cosmo is pretty good. I use an Android emulator to play on PC. What are the other options? Wait, like you're playing Marvel Snap through an Android emulator? Why? Snap's had a native PC client for like 3 years. Yeah, it's on Steam. Has been for a very long time. Yeah. Steam and I don't get along. Okay, now I need to know. Like, Steam is like the most superior content distribution platform by like a very significant margin. So what could possibly it have done for you two to not get along? I don't think a reason possibly exists to not think Steam is excellent. They are the child of Epic Games CEO. Developers have a reason to not like Steam. Is that reason because Steam tends to be pro-consumer and not pro-developer? Because, yeah, Steam's cut is identical to the cut like app stores take, right? Man, I really don't want to give them thing first steps. Epic Game Store takes a lower cut. Yeah, Epic Game Store takes a lower cut because it's an inferior fucking product that's trash. And literally no one would ever use it if they tried to take the same cut as Steam. I've literally spent money to buy a game on Steam that I could have gotten for free on Epic Games because free was too expensive to use that launcher. Smooth Mag, thank you for the 3 years of support. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Koi Cricket, thank you for the absurdly generous tier 3. And for the almost 5 years, welcome back. Like, I really can't emphasize enough that if Epic Games could be remotely successful whilst making the same cut as Steam, they would absolutely take the same cut as Steam. It's just their product is worse and less people want to use it. So the incentive to use it is, hey, we take less money. I don't know why there is a Kitty Pride in my opponent's deck. It's a good question. Auto ads are on YouTube. They absolutely are. Speaking of platforms that are strictly worse than the alternatives. I will turn off the auto ads and they will be on by default again tomorrow because YouTube is a trash platform. Splish splash, cause YouTube is trash. Do 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 do. Epic is mostly fine these days. They have a PR issue. I'm pretty sure Epic hates Linux. And anybody who wants to suckle at the Microsoft teat in 2026 is definitely part of the problem. Like, Steam doesn't just like Linux, they like actively pump lots of resources into that platform. Hey, we're dead gamers. I'm not sweating here out two more. A majority of computer users freeze in terror if you say Linux to them. Yes, human beings are really fucking stupid, and most people don't know that their Android phone or their Chromebook run Linux. Because they don't have two brain cells in their fucking skull to rub together. And they think their Apple computer isn't a PC. Must be a fucking server or something if it's not a personal computer. Mashu Sama, thank you for the 23 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. I just think most people don't want to go through the effort of installing Linux. I would bet you dollars to donuts that if I gave a layman a blank computer with a Windows installer and a Linux installer, they'd get through the Linux installer more often than they get through the Windows installer. But again, you're right. most people think Linux is bad and scary because they don't want to set it up themselves, but that's not a Linux problem. That's just most human beings don't want to set up any operating system themselves. So they just continue to use exactly what was spoon-fed to them by default. Two best words in the English language, chat. Default. Liam Neeson, though. Thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate the prime. Welcome back. This has been true for a long time, but especially in 2026. For non-video gamers, your computer is largely just a web browser. And for most people, that web browser is Google Chrome that runs essentially identical in 2026 as it does on Windows and Linux. Yeah, maybe a word processor if you're spicy. But even that, right? For a lot of people, the word processor is Google Docs these days as well. Get cooked, bud. Get cooked. That's exactly what we're looking to do. Pucker up. Bye, Felicia. Literally, the only reason my streaming rig is not Linux is because I can't do sponsored content consistently from a Linux computer because most games don't have native support, and I can't take a sponsored segment and then run that software through an emulator and have it have potential issues when they're paying me to play their game. Which is this is a fun bit of Jeff Hoagland lore. And we actually don't get into it too often on stream. This is a fun way to pop it up. Back in grad school, or undergrad, end of undergrad, beginning of grad school, this is actually a project that I helped start forever ago. Does it say what the original release is on DistroWatch? I don't remember. More releases. It's fucking forever ago. Long time ago. 2011. 220 was when we first got listed on the website. But this is a project I ran this for a long time. And then the kids were bored and time got short, and I ended up giving it up. Haven't done open source stuff in a little while, but yeah, long Penguin history here. Sheriffin, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, it's 11:45. I think I'm gonna run and grab my lunch. I think we're gonna harass some more Star-Lord players with this when we return. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you enjoy the daily snap content, don't forget to hit the like button over there. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. Playing Snap on Steam on my laptop. When I open on my new PC, it's letting me run in circles, authenticator, phone number, email, etc. Oops, come back later. I can't say I've ever had an issue loading up Steam on a new computer before. Probably want to contact Steam support. They're usually pretty good about stuff. I don't think I have an authenticator set up on my Steam account. I have two-factor through email verification, if I recall correctly. Maybe I have the authenticator? I don't remember. It's been a while since I installed a new system. You cannot replace Aurora in decks that want to play her. Aurora is what we call an archetype-defining card. Your entire deck is built around enabling her effects, spreading out power across the board. That being said, if you want to play a Jean Grey Cosmo deck without Aurora, you can play Jean Grey and Cosmo in a purely ongoing shell. It's just some of your other details change, like you don't play things like Spider-Ham and Hydra Bob, etc. So that's one of the key things when it comes to like picking out Marvel Snap decks you can play and identifying what replacements are, is trying to understand like what cards is the deck built around and like what cards are supplemental. So like to give an example of that, other higher series cards here, Mercury, Stardust, Thing, First Steps, even things like Hawk, Kate Bishop, or Zombie Mr. Fantastic, or Hydra. Basically every other higher series card here other than Aurora are like not key cards that you can substitute out. Just play an appropriate mix of different abilities so Aurora can power things up. You know, I really have to say, if you're someone who's ever tired of the Marvel Snap metagame, you really should give Conquest a try. But I feel like every single time for the last 2 or 3 months, people are complaining about something in the Marvel Snap metagame. I'm just like, that just like doesn't match my lived experience and doesn't match my lived experience playing Conquest at all. The ladder is so tedious and obnoxious, chat. Just don't do it. Morning, Brick Turtle. I got to 90 the last 2 seasons. This season, we haven't gotten past 77. I don't know. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. I think I play Stardust so they can't Moon Knight Fenris Wolf me. What if I Cosmo here and don't move the shield so I get the card draw? Because we're going to play for Abby, right? Werewolf Thanos is spicy. Why didn't the dog jump to the space stone? What am I missing? Mercury! That was a test! Some of you passed. Good job. I think I like this. I think I like this. Can you believe Second Dinner nerfed this card when it became freely available to non-season pass buyers, making it unplayable? Typical Second Dinner rug pull, rendering the previous season pass card completely unplayable by the time free-to-play players have access to it. What a dead game. Oh, by the way, speaking of dead games, and just for people who aren't familiar with the absurdity of dead game comments when it relates to live service games, I've unironically had people commenting on my Arknights content, letting me know that I should just not bother because it's a dead game. It's not going to last. They reported that their revenue across all platforms already, and their game launched less than a month. They launched on January 22nd. They've currently grossed $173 million across all platforms. And there are people unironically telling me that it's dead. If 9 Figures is dead, I must be 1,000-year-old, Mummy Moon. You're either Pokemon Pocket or you're not. Yeah, but like, that's the thing, right? If that game made almost $200 million in less than a month, it's making as much money as Pokemon Pocket's making, just for the sake of it. Just so we're clear. That is like Pokemon Pocket amounts of money. This is niche within a niche, but the next big Cornerstone Pinball release is Pokemon themed. I'm curious to see how to do. What is Cornerstone Pinball? It's a niche I'm not familiar with. I've got to activate my zombie. Yep. You think my opponent enjoyed their porking?
Escaped.
Making Cosmo a location that's bad for them, that'll be sick.
Oh, snap. Victory.
Spider Ham is such a bully card. We are such a bully. Such a toxic gamer. Spider Ham 1-0 incoming, something like that. Does this actually do anything in this matchup? I'm not sure that it does. Snap.
Escaped.
This deck's been kind of dry, chat. My heart's not in it. I have weekend missions to do still. question.
Epic.
Yeah, I do still have all my weekend missions to do. Most of them anyways. Shall we Moondragon some nerds? I did not like Cosmic Ghost Rider in here. Let's try Psylocke. Oh wait, I have we got a Moondragon variant, yeah? Sure did. Oh wait, did I hit blue background on her? I think I did. We did not. Just a bunch of rays.
Opponent snapped.
I really like Moondragon as a card. She does exactly what she says on the tin. No real surprises there. Thrice Nightly, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate the prime. Welcome back. Your cards come in tins. Yours don't? I'm the only one getting Marvel Snap cards in tins? Era shit. Marvel Snap is really fun. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Marvel Snap is really fun. Oh, the doo-dah day. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. We won the game. I still feel a little bit sad. Because they broke a bunch of my stuff. Only Doom rules all, chat. Why would I need anything other than Doombots here? People commenting there's only Doombots on the board. Obviously, there's only Doombots on the board. That's all you need to win. This is not a Doom Rules sub-stream. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Joe. Thanks for always being here. Good morning, good morning. Loony Moony, hello. You don't even have to play your own cards. Just press the button. Molding and folding. Loony Moony is thinking very deeply. Ego's got a plan, chat. You just gotta trust, okay? Just keep the faith. No spoon. Thanks for being here in Hoaglandia for the last 2 years. Welcome back. Listen, 2/3 of the time, Ego plays their cards in other locations here, champ. If Loony Moony took this long to execute their turns while they didn't have to think about their plays, how long do you think their actual turns are going to take during the rest of the match where they have to decide to play cards? The answer is the entire timer, yes. There's no possible way it's anything less. Lil broski, thank you for the 33 months. Welcome back. All right. I'm gonna let Moony rope-a-dope someone who's not us. We need to win some more with some Moon Dragon to finish the weekend missions out, but we need to take a pause for the cause. I'm gonna throw my leftover hummus upstairs so it doesn't go bad. We'll see you in 120 seconds, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you enjoy the daily Marvel Snap content there, make sure to tap the like button on whatever you're watching right now. I appreciate the folks that have done that already today. Now that I think about it, why does an ego have an Agatha length turn timer? Asking the real questions. All right, Alan, let's do this. Hello. Thank you for the entire year of support. I appreciate that. Welcome back. My oldest child turned 12 today, chap. Just made a little birthday get-together for him over the weekend, so I've got a third of a sheet of cookie cake upstairs in the kitchen still. When my waist size increases 3 sizes, this is the reason. Oh, I missed that you said something, Indians. Thank you for poking me. I'm a little out of it this morning. I'm feeling better than I did over the weekend, but still not back to 100%. You got Hercules, Zorn, and Topaz in the same deck. We could do that, I suppose. I suppose. Do I want to stack all of these here? If I'm going to play this potentially, probably not. Hoping for Invisible Woman here. Have you tried the Misery Firehair Starlord deck? I have not. Hey, there's Milady. Lovely, lovely. Afternoon, Jeff. My daughter turned 1 yesterday. Happy birthday to the little one. The march of time progresses eternally on. Thing first steps, killing the smallest thing in a lane, as is customary. Winning the game anyways.
Victory.
All right, let's get one more win with Moon Dragon to finish this weekend mission, and then we'll build a Schmoovers deck for Not My Dance's request. I haven't played this game for 3 seasons, and now I don't get anything in this game. They do continue releasing new cards while you don't play. Yes. If you're someone that's looking to get back into the swing of things with Marvel Snap after some time away, I'd recommend checking out my decks guide. It's got a breakdown of upward of 60 different decks that are competitive and reasonable in Marvel Snap. There's a good chance if you, someone that had some cards, when you took your break, you'll be able to build some number of things from it. The Thing is doing his best typical American conservative impersonation, using his immense power to beat up on the little guy. The Thing is ready to fuck up one of these squirrels shit. You better believe it. Yes, Shulao put Elsa Kitty back on the map. If you look in, oh, maybe we should do that this week. I put together the best decks roundup in a fever dream. I went to bed at like 8:30 Friday night and woke up at like 7 o'clock Saturday morning, like drug myself out of bed, recorded a best decks video, and then like went back to bed for another 4 hours. So maybe I should watch that, because I don't remember fully making it. There's probably decks in there I would enjoy playing. But I'm pretty sure there was an Elsa Kitty Shulao deck in it. Well, that was one of the worst hits of my deck. I was hoping for a Doom 99 or a Moon Dragon there. Yeah, Shu Lao is definitely instrumental in making Kitty Elsa stuff relevant.
Victory.
It's a very good Marvel Snap card. Oh wait, that was my last win, yeah? I can leave. And I don't have to play against someone sweating, and I'm done playing Moondragon. Easy, what an easy life. Release me from this nightmare or something like that. Okay, so the request is play Topaz, play Hercules, play Zorn. So Spider-Punk is excellent here. Torch is probably good. Arania's probably not good with Topaz and Zorn. Web is great, yep. Ghosty is great. Sparky is great. Need some other movement payoffs. Cosmo somewhere probably. I don't usually love Stomper in these traditional style movement decks. I don't believe I have the ability to put a border on this. Yeah, I don't have a variant and I don't have 155 boosters. Craven or Hellion could both be okay. Craven's only okay in these style of decks. I like Hellion. We've got a fun variant for him. Could be our tiebreaker. Fanfei, of course. Nope, sticking with Hellion. Fanfei does not exist in Ba Sing Se. So what is going on with Discord? I see people talking and complaining about things in Discord. What is age verification? They're gonna require a face scan or an ID scan. For what, though? Like, to use the app in general or to only access pornography? It's only for age-restricted channels. Okay, so it sounds like it's not a big deal and people are probably mad about nothing then, yeah? All right, peak chat engagement. Some people in chat are telling me it's to use the app in general, and some people are saying it's just to access certain features. So which the fuck is it? Also, before you get mad at Discord about this type of thing, keep in mind this is not Discord's fault. They are simply trying to abide by legislation passed by certain countries. So again, this is not Discord's fault. Discord is being legislated into doing this. Which is one of those things like when you talk about protecting the kids and wanting to restrict things like, yeah, I'm a big agree. Kids absolutely should not be on social media at young ages, but like also the legislative way to fix it is not very clean. Was a very good spider punk. How do Topaz and Zorn in the same location work? If Zorn sends torch right, Topaz should move at center. Okay. But if it goes center to start, we don't move again. Okay. Super cooked. Danger room, deliver us! Uh-oh. Can't even danger room our way out of this one, shit. Lost all three. Discord is setting everyone's accounts to teen appropriate settings or whatever, which means a whole lot of things, including blocking access to age-restricted Discord servers. Not just porn, but any server that prefers 18 plus only members, and censoring anything the system detects as lewd or questionable unless a user verifies by uploading a selfie or user ID, which, given that Discord literally had a data breach right after the last time they implemented something. Okay, but can someone explain to me why uploading a selfie is a big deal? Like, especially if you're someone that like video calls on Discord periodically anyways. What's the make me understand? Why should I be mad about uploading a selfie to Discord? Yeah, I'm at 0% I give them my government ID. Like actual 0%. Agree. Like I'm not giving any of these websites any of my government IDs. To me, it's my worry that I'll make it to Plantier or some Big Brother data. Like, sure. But, like, do you wear a mask every time you go out in public and make sure you don't appear on any CCTV footage? Like, for reference, for people who have never verified a YouTube channel before, YouTube verifies, or Google verifies you are who you say you are just by like having you look at the thing, and then it like looks at your face and like has you look up, down, all around. Doesn't require you to upload an ID. It doesn't even take a picture, I don't believe. Or maybe it stores it and then it emails you later when it deletes. I forget. It's been a minute since I did it, but It's a really pretty painless process that doesn't require me to actually upload my information. For the record, there is very little evidence to prove that early access to social media does more harm than good. You're a fucking idiot. How can any human being exist in 2025 or 20 whatever fucking year it is and unironically be like, actually, Jeff, we don't know that social media is bad for the kiddos. Do you have a fucking brain in your head? That's how we know it's fucking bad for them. Holy shit. Maybe they're being a pedantic dickhead and talking about how they're saying it's not worse when you get it early, but like it's bad for everyone, so that includes the children. It's fucking terrible for adults. Gibberling, verifying my way out of the teens with this 20-month subversary. I think those are some of my favorite ones when they try and implement, or what is the one? Steam. Steam asks me to verify my age when I go to a game page for something that's rated M. It's like, dear Steam, my Steam account is over 17 years old. Can you stop asking me to verify my age? Why do I gotta verify my age if my account is old enough to be verified? Prenatal account creation. Something shit. The dog goes to the right, Juggernaut. Them's the rules. Excuse me. Excuse me. I just checked my Steam and my account is also 18 years old. Yep. You old gamers. You old. Push my cards around and let Brood sort it out. Round and round the cards they go, where they stop only Brood knows. Ow. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta let Ben take the wheel and drive, chat.
Victory.
My Twitch account is nearing 18 as well. Mine is not quite that old. I do not date back to Justin TV. My account is May May 1st, 2012. There's also like a mountain of evidence of social media being bad for kids and teens development. I mean, I would believe that as well. Yeah, that's what we were talking about, Chris. What got us on this topic of conversation. Does age verification via selfie work mechanically? Is that like the classic you must look over 40 to purchase alcohol? It's gotta be some AI powered bullshit, I imagine, yeah. You must be this tall to ride something like that. I don't know. Maybe I should count it as such, Chris, but I don't really view a face scan as personal data. Like we're all on CCTV footage constantly. It's very different than like asking for like my driver's license number or my social security number or something like that, right? It's something that's just like infinitely more accessible. Sure, that's a good way to put it, Steric. It's absolutely personal data, but I distinguish it as not sensitive personal data. I think that's a great distinction for it. I never thought about that line, but absolutely that's the line. Yeah, have you ever used a self-checkout or an ATM? You've been face scanned. Yeah, exactly. 100%. Or walk down the street in a major city. Yep, dude. Oh, right. Grand Central didn't happen because of Stardust. Fun. Being able to connect my face to my online IDs is my personal concern. Connecting disparate IDs is the real value, and Planeteer and similar monitoring platforms. Yeah, that's just like selfishly not a concern for me as someone who like uses his actual identifier in places. I don't know. And maybe you should say that this shouldn't be the case, but regardless, and this is something I try to instill in my own children because it's something I firmly believe. I don't care what pseudonym you are using. If you wouldn't be okay with whatever you are posting online being directly connected to you personally, you shouldn't fucking post it. It doesn't matter if it's a public post or sent in a DM. If you wouldn't be okay with it being blasted out everywhere on the internet with your face next to it, you probably just shouldn't say it digitally. I think people's expectation that they have some amount of privacy or stuff like that on different parts of the internet, I think that's unrealistic and naive. And like, I think it would be nice if that could be the case, but I think that's just like not how the internet and society in 2026 works. And I think if you don't understand that, you're being naive. Yeah, let's get Madam Web down. It's a lovely draw. Porch Cosmo, right? Oh, that's a fun idea. Yeah, it's probably the line. Oh yeah, Vulture's picked as well. And next turn we'll get to go Dagger, Sparky Dagger back, Dagger again. We can win the center without ever triggering Castle's emo, will be sweet. For people saying that you want a sense of anonymity because of the current hostile government that's in control in the United States, I really don't think you understand how much information about you already applies to what I'm saying as far as what the government, like me telling you you should assume anything you post online anywhere gets connected to you with a megahorn, like for like what's going on right now. Yeah, look up what the fuck the Patriot Act was after 9/11. They got so much permission and blessing to do so much police state stuff. It's just the reality of it. I'm gonna draw Madam Web, and then if we can dodge Pork on these two, we'll get to go Topaz Vulture next turn. I tell my kids all the time, the internet doesn't forget. Don't put anything on there you think you'd regret later. It's my favorite comparison. You can't take the pee out of the swimming pool. That's posting something on the internet, shit. The problem is, when I was a teenager 1,000 years ago, I didn't think about what I was posting as something I would regret later. I mean, yeah, to a degree, but like also, like, I don't know. My Twitter account was created when I was like 16 years old, chat. And I went back through that thing, back to the beginning, and scrolled through what I was posting at that age. And genuinely, there was nothing I deleted. Because it turns out I wasn't a shitty human being. Weird, I know. But like, the merits or impacts or whatever you want to call it of cancel culture are really pretty nonsensical. It largely isn't a thing. Yeah, I wasn't shitty, I was just very cringe, yep. That's a good accurate way to put it. I came out of the womb a bitter old man. I just had hair for a long time before I reached this current point. Cosmo Biddle. Why would I want a Cosmo Biddle? If they Aurora... Oh, they can move the shield and not Aurora. I don't know. I think I'm beating them, right? I'm just putting a lot of points left and right. Oh, and the Aurora is gone as well. Yeah, that's true. Aurora got murked by the hotel. God, Spider-Punk is so good.
Victory.
How come bigger move decks don't play Batroc? So, your perception there is bad. So, this deck that I'm playing, in fact, it's very weird to describe this deck as a bigger move deck when literally only one card in our deck costs more than three. There are two very different types of move decks in Marvel Snap. This kind, which is to say we're playing a bunch of cards that get better when they move around. And then there is kind of the self-moving archetype, which is what typically plays Batroc. Cards that have moves built into themselves. Things like Silk or Sam Wilson, etc. So generally speaking, this type of move deck is not interested in playing Batroc or Hydra Stomper, and those cards tend to get played as payoffs inside of the Sam Wilson style builds. Do you want Kraven over Hellion? Maybe, I don't know. The Kraven wouldn't have been particularly large, and I don't really feel like I'm struggling for a payoff. We haven't had a good window to play Hellion yet, but I don't think the Kraven would have really been better at any other point. All right, I want to take a pause for the cause, let some adverts roll so they don't happen over the top of gameplay. When we get back, we're going to play a few more with this at least, and then I think I want to play some Kitty Elsa Shulao from the best decks roundup over the weekend. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We'll be back. All right, I'm going to run and grab a tea. I am still dragging a little bit this morning after being sick all weekend. Yeah, Hellion could be a good juke with Cosmo, for sure. BRB. Oh, my 5.5-year-old almost looks like a person again upstairs. Poor girl. Was spiking a fever all day on Saturday. She slept most of yesterday, so we let her stay home from school today. Will mill decks ever become viable? Hopefully not. They would need some type of card that rewards you for getting rid of your opponent's deck. That's a pretty toxic mechanic in general, so hopefully they just avoid that design space. Oh gosh, chat, we were talking about the Vampires of the Whatever Marvel Snap clone that released on mobile to no fanfare and no revenue on any platforms. And unironically, the very next day after we were talking about that, I got an email from some game dev that also basically remade Marvel Snap, but all the artwork in the demo that they sent me was just AI slop. I was just like, yeah, Godspeed, bud. Gross. Appropriate response. Well, that's awkward. At least the spider punk's gonna shrink the... Oh, wait. This doesn't work how I want. Wow, that's really bad for me. Yeah, web gets clogged, so I don't know, no matter how I do it. And their Valentina's gonna be there. I'm surprised snap clones have not come out sooner. I mean, to be fair, even this fast is relatively quick for a game dev time. The dev timelines on fully polished games like these is typically somewhere in the 3 to 5 year range for reference. Or more even occasionally.
Opponent snapped.
Sparky can move Madam Web out of the center. I don't think that's true. It's also not true enough to be, well... Does it? No, the last thing to move was Spider-Punk, yeah? Oh, no, it is Madam Web. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, but then I shouldn't have put Herc here. Hercules would be 50-50 to put her back in. Oh, Sparky is +2, isn't he? Oh, wait, what? Did it not undo all my actions? Where is Spider-Punk, Ben Brode? Please, Benjamin, please. I don't care. I'm doing this. The game is bugged. Man, can we undo this Sparky nerf? Can you go back to +3? We had a tie if Sparky hadn't been nerfed. So close and yet so far away. Damn Shadow King. Tentacle Possum. It's always quite the visual on that username. Thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate you re-upping the primer this way. Ooh, chat. The stock market is moving towards a new high score today. It's exciting. We're all going to be rich. Pay no attention to the value of the US dollar behind the curtain. We vibing, we vibing. WTF, I thought everything was crashing on Thursday. It was crashing on Thursday, chat. And then Friday came around and the stock market people realized it was the weekend and they were feeling it because it was the weekend. You want there to be a bad vibe on the weekend? What are you, some kind of fucking communist? Yes, yeah, me too, bud. Me too. I cosmoed the Invisible Woman path to stop Prodigy shenanigans. That being said, double Omega Sentinel's pretty scary. The Once Upon a Galaxy devs are probably stat fans. I unlocked a cosmetic for Double Dealer, and it seems like a Gambit parody. What's it called? How is the Galaxy season? I saw they were rolling out their tournament mode finally. I was thinking about poking at it. Because their tournaments are going to be asynchronous, which is nice and convenient. Probably dead to Dr. Doom. I said on Reddit, Star-Lord isn't particularly overpowered, and someone called me a fat slob. Gobbling up that second dinner shill. It's a bit better. Some of the newer captains took the edge off the candy variants. Okay, I'll have to poke at it. Next time things permit. So many good games, so little time. Reddit's melting down again about another playable season pass card. So, I think the issue is made worse by it being a season pass card. But I really think the biggest issue with these last couple of seasons is simply and purely the fact that Second Dinner hasn't been releasing enough impactful cards. The big thing Star-Lord and Shu Lao have in common is that, like, they're the only thing from their season. And so far, it might change, but I'm skeptical of the rest of the cards releasing this season that, like, realistically create a new deck or move a meta in any direction. And when there's only one new exciting thing, everybody crowds around it, right? So it doesn't really matter if it's counterable. People just, like, people don't want to play against the same thing in 30 to 50% of their matches. It's just, it doesn't matter if it's a season pass card or a regular release. When a single card or strategy is in 30 to 50% of your matches, the game is less fun for most people. And when there's only one new shiny thing to be poking at, that's often what happens. Hey, tickle tickle. The Herc and the Fiddle. The Spider Punk jumped over the moon. And we're just hoping that Spider Punk's enough to close things out here. Yeah, with Star-Lord in particular, something to be said about him incentivizing you to do nothing until turn 6 as well. I agree with that. Yeah, Sakar putting our Topaz into the center location was real unfortunate. Made our draw markedly worse. One above all, thanks for being above Hoaglandia for the last 5 months. Appreciate you dropping your primer off again. Welcome, welcome. Squirrels! Some blue marvel. Gilga Chan. Alright. So we need Spider Punk to bounce back center. 50% of the time, it works every time, gamers. Unlucky. It's so funny to me that Ronin Master Mold is the build of Supergiant people have gravitated towards. Oh, I missed it though. What's it called? Rolled over. Last season, Shulao asked you to play too many cards. This season, Star-Lord wants you to play not enough cards. When will gamers be happy? Never. Just again, for clarity, if you're someone who has not watched my bundle breakdown video, these booster pack bundles are some of the best things you can spend your gold on in Marvel Snap. And if you would like some math explaining that, there's the video linked on the Hoaglandia Snap channel. Was it not 600 credits? They alternate. There's 600 credits for 1,000 sometimes, and there's 500 credits for 300 sometimes. They're both the same ratio of stuff. Yeah, they're 1,000 or 500 credits for either 600 or 300 gold. Would you agree that New Star-Lord is a Timmy card? It's objectively a Timmy card, yes. It's a combo enabler, do a big thing card. Thanks for the Cerebro 3 discard deck video. I've been really into Cerebro lately, but I hadn't been winning before that one. Nice. I'm glad you're having fun with it. There's a really slick viewer submission. Nice. Good dog. I think I'm waiting on Sparky here still. Huh? We do this. This gets hit back. Then I move this here. And then I'm going to do this. I do this. This. Sparky, pull this back. Oh shit, Giganto? Yikes. I guess that's in their output range, and I should be playing around it, huh? My brain was locked on second Galactus and beating 12 everywhere. And I had more than 12 on the left. Sakar has just been fucking brutal today.
Escaped.
Healy, I think I want Madam Web not on Mojo World. Now I wish I would have put her over here. Hercules gaming at Oglandia. Yeah. He's pretty bad. Can you believe they released this card as a 4-drop? That's honestly wild. It was symmetric too. Yeah, your opponent could disrupt it. On top of it all, it was so bad. Feeling pretty dead, gamers. Still better than release fanfare. Hey, I mean, at least she releases a Series 4. And they beat Cosmo on web by flipping a coin. Oh, we won the flip this turn at least. Doggy, man, that I'm about to make a name for myself over here. It's me. I'm the problem. It's me.
Victory.
At tea time, everybody agrees. When are they gonna nerf Star-Lord, chat? He's such an unfun card I can't interact with. He's unbeatable. Yet another pay-to-win Marvel Snap Season Pass release. Second Dinner's greed knows no bounds. My credits are full. All right, who we splitting? Who are we splitting? No, I have Cosmic on Hood. This is the problem with not going for gold splits anymore, chat. My credits aren't exciting. Like I don't have anything to do with my credits. Oh, they're all so boring. You have a Mercury at Ultra. So? I mean, that's someone's God split. Hopefully they give us multiple custom cards at some point so I can have like all gold or all inked crackle decks cleanly and then like have everything else be the ice background. Let's put this 4 times and get a mastery level on him. Could be in tomorrow's patch. That's true. A couple of patches ago they set it up for it looks like multiple customs are coming at some point. Running hot in the crackle department. Yeah, patch and OT this week. Right, Dark Horse Magus builds that you like. Nah, Magus doesn't look like a particularly playable card. All the numbers on all of his things are clunky and bad. This is the actual problem with Star-Lord shit. This is the actual issue. Is that no card is particularly fun when it has a 40% play rate. Siler, thank you for the 41 months. I appreciate that. I'm gonna actually let's tap an Admiral. When we get back, we're gonna play some of last season's Menace. Shulau, Kitty Elsa. I'd like to do some of this. I'm gonna write up a feedback piece per second dinner. It's talking about what I haven't written up before. Because that's the real problem. The 40% play rate is it's just real obnoxious. RMK, thanks for the almost 3 years. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Again, and just to emphasize here, like when we talk about like average cubes and win rates, you can see here even like this isn't even, what's the best way to put it? The fact that Sunspot is almost a 2% higher win rate than Star-Lord Master of the Suns in general heavily implies that a good chunk of the Star-Lord decks are pretty mediocre, because like the Sunspot deck is also a Star-Lord deck, right? So like the fact that this win rate is markedly lower than this means there's a bunch of people playing Star-Lord in decks that are worse than this one. And it really just doesn't have to do with the win rate. Like it's really a popularity type thing. Like it doesn't really matter how strong the card is, doesn't matter, because playing against the same thing in 40% of your games sucks. And that's the thing. People are so bad at communicating things like that as well, where people always try and make it about power. They're like, this card's too good, and they don't want to say it's boring to play against the same thing, because they think people won't be empathetic to the concept of, I want to play against variety. It has to be a balance issue to complain about something. Benny, thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. You know, I was just thinking that card back's kind of slick. I like blues and golds and blacks. And those are kind of a color scheme I really like. It's funny, we were actually talking the other day. It's been a long time since I added a new card back to my favorites list for card backs in this game, and that one might make it into there. What is the infinite card back this season? Yeah, I don't think I'd use that. I don't think that one would be added to my favorites list. So, not gonna worry about it. That Milano one's probably gonna make the cut though. Saying no to rewards you don't like anyways, that's illegal. Yep. Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hopefully they pork Elsa and not Maverick. I need Elsa to take one for the team here. Ugh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Noise! Did... Man, Elsa's going through some shit, Chip. She is not, Elsa's not so good, very bad day. I'm curious to see if the Kitty Elsa part of this deck ever does anything, or if it's just Shulau carrying us the entire time. I want to put this here, actually, so that, because we're already gaining a bit over here. This is technically big enough to cover the center. Aren't we getting a ton left already from Shulaw's effect? Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't matter. It's a choose your own adventure book. So long, Mr. Rooted.
Victory.
Hey, B-side. Thanks for the over 2 years. Appreciate the prime. Welcome back. Waiting. Alright, I guess we'll play. Unsurprising, the Super Giant player is sweating. If this is gonna go more than one more game, I might not play again. Opponent's deck is pretty deeply boring to play into. Master of the Suns is a very playable card that's also very popular. All my homies hate Dream Dimension. Yep. Location sucks. I can't decide what I want to do with this Agony. The Vormir's kind of clunky. If 3 even costed things in their hand, holy. What if I do this, and then next turn I can go Elsa Kitty, yeah? Nope, I can't. Math is hard. And then next turn I can go Angela Kitty. Angela's porked, but she'll still let me play 2 cards next turn. Well, yeah, so I want to clear. I need to clear the Vormir because it's moving. Oh, I forgot I had the Nico trigger waiting here still, too. Man, what an embarrassing loss for your toxic pile of trash cards. Are we gonna sweat? Are we gonna sweat 210? There's Stig. I gotta a second to think about it, okay? All right, I'm gonna write this one off on my Texas chat. They needed a lot. They needed a lot more than we do. 0% I want to be locked in a room with this person anymore. They are not fun at parties. They will not be invited back. I mean, they need that gold ticket win really badly. We're gonna give it to them. We embarrassed them twice. We can give them the win and move on with our lives.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
I think we sneak Thea into the miniaturized lab, yeah? Sounds lovely. Can't play 2-1s anyways. Well, I was gonna say how many arrows do I want, but now the only option is a lot. I'm gonna get 2 acid arrows, chat. That's gonna be fucking terrible. Why, Benjamin? Why? Please, I have a family. Merci, merci, Benjamin. It's a timeout, Jeff. Yeah, I probably deserve a timeout for that. Man, that was incredibly punishing for not playing my kitty. I skipped playing the kitty. Oh, I guess playing the kitty would have done anyways. This is, the Angela's a good draw here, though, because I get to do this, which spends all my energy for the turn, so all their friends don't trigger. Shulao just adding a casual 24 over here. No big deal. I really just can't believe that they decided to make Shulao unplayable when free-to-play players finally got access to it. It's very, very silly that they made this card completely pay to win, and now that everybody has it, it's just unplayable trash. Classic second dinner.
Victory.
Boo-doo-doo-doo. Interesting comment about player-based churn related to limited time game modes from Glenn. The short and long-term impacts from limited time game modes range from good to very good depending on specific variables. High voltage overdrive is the only potential instance where we've seen a limited time game mode risking churn. And that comment is almost assuredly related to the fact that the first high voltage overdrive was like had a mass exodus from people getting mad about Kid Omega, right? I actually don't think that comment has anything to do with high voltage overdrive's quality of play. I think it's purely due to the reward structure the first time they ran it. I personally don't care for high voltage overdrive, but I would be shocked if the comment about churn being caused was because of the actual game. I just got a notification that we're in the worst Marvel stat metagame of 2026, but we just left the worst Marvel stat metagame of 2026. And this current metagame's gonna be terrible, the worst one until next month. So next month's will be worse, I promise. Ooh, free death against the destroy deck. It's a good beat. Yeah, that's something that's really hard to measure. How many of the people that left from high voltage overdrive were on the verge of leaving anyways? It's hard to know the answer to that one. Nigos, thank you for the 40 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back.
Rest in peace.
I don't care about Star-Lord's power level. I just don't like being Goliath in 2 to 3 lanes. He's just like me for real. For real, for real, for real. Just like me. Moot! Thank you for the 32 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back.
Victory.
Do you know what limited time game modes are coming this month? Sanctum Showdown and Grand Arena. Why is Deadpool's Diner so infrequent? I miss it. They haven't. They seem like they have a long. They must plan their limited time game modes a lot of months out, because anecdotally, and someone can correct my memory if I'm wrong on this, but I feel like every time they run a limited time game mode for the very first time, it takes them a long while to come back around to it again. Can someone fact check me on that? But I feel like that's factual. What's the fastest a limited time game mode has ever returned for a second iteration? That's the question I'm asking. What's the fastest one has ever come back? Oh, I should have perked them. And again, I think people aren't understanding the question. I'm not saying what's the fastest they've ever repeated something. I'm saying what's the fastest they've put something out for the first time and then brought it back again. What's the quickest that's occurred? So yes, we're currently in an instance where Sanctum Showdown is going to have happened 2 in a row. It's Grand Arena or High Voltage. How quickly did Grand Arena come back? Okay, and the opponent is absolutely a Killmonger deck. So I want to get this agony out of play ASAP. But Diner is not new, right? The last iteration of Deadpool's Diner was effectively a new game mode. For people that didn't keep up, the last time Diner came back, it was a new game mode. It was wholly and fully different. And it had the same name, but it was a new mode, yeah. Okay, so Demon being played out center should mean that we're not in danger of being Killmongered. This is gonna be like Toxin or Carnage. I'm gonna curl up in a little ball and cry. All right, we win the left and the right here. Just need to fade the catastrophic loss here on the left. We even took 3 points away from their demon. Oh.
Victory.
All right, so a lot of interaction in the opponent's deck here. We saw them blade away a Shadow King. They have Gambit, they're Killmonger as well, I would assume. We got a lot of things we got to dance around here. I just looked through your videos. The first Grand Arena was in July, and the second ran in October. So that's probably the fastest. So it was 3 months. Merlin has a lot of potentially good hits here. This loses me Athena trigger, but I think that's okay. I only need 1 more Athena trigger for her to win the throne room, and if she gets Shadow Kinged, this extra trigger doesn't matter anyways. And this gives me a lot of flexibility next turn. I was not expecting them to proactively do that. That's interesting. So I can play Elsa and 4 1s and completely fill the board? And then if I Maverick here, this is 10. Killmonger's scary, but they probably don't want to kill their own demon, right? Okay. Don't kill Maverick. We win, yeah. We win all 3. Meow. Yeah, them making a play that involved them losing to us doing nothing on the left is definitely questionable. Okay. We're gonna take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We're gonna continue 2-0ing into scooping these nerds who just desperately want to sweat like no other in Conquest today. Hopefully they touch some grass and find a human being soon. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We're gonna play some more of this because it's playing a bunch of cards that I love. Don't go anywhere, gamers. BRB. If you're watching this on YouTube right now and you enjoy the content and all the decks that we play here 7 days a week, make sure you tap the like button on whatever you're watching right now. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. I'm gonna go use the restroom while these ads go. BRB. You want some major cope for the people that were talking about Deadpool's Diner and why it hasn't come back yet? My major cope on Deadpool's Diner is they haven't brought back the reworked Deadpool's Diner with asymmetrical snapping yet, because they're just gonna revamp the ladder with asymmetrical snapping one of these months. We're gonna get an announcement that March is gonna have a ladder experiment, and it's just gonna be full asymmetrical snapping for the ladder for the entire month. Be fucking glorious. Give me the copium. This might be wrong. I don't know that we can necessarily compete with Jim Hammond and Kiln.
Wakanda forever.
Okay, so we're giving up on the Thea dream because Zolaing this over here means I'm cooked anyways. But there's a chance we have enough stats to compete on the right here with Shu Laoya. Is there? This is 12, so it's 24. Oh. I think we're just dead. Odin definitely gets us. They're an Eliath deck as well, technically. Cooked.
Wakanda forever.
Well, we tried. We tied the right.
We are the future.
We won the right, chat. Look at that. Every corporate Democrat stream, throwing everything you can to barely win some of the right. Scarlet Spider will make an appearance one of these days. I mean, to be fair, Maverick and Scarlet Spider fill a very similar role here. They're both double your Shulao trigger. Which is all you're really looking for. True or false? This is worse for them than us. Am I re-rolling Great Web? I think it's worse for them. However, I do need to play this, I think, so otherwise, if I play Kitty, I brick a draw, and I don't really want to brick a draw. So I am gonna Omniversal.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Enough said, Bob.
All right, now do I need to draw any more cards? I don't think so, yeah.
Enough said, Bob.
What a game!
Great, don't need to worry about Kill Daddy on the last turn is nice. Nice, and their Killmonger being the thing that gets pulled here is huge for us. How big is their null? Is it bigger than 27? I don't think so, right? We're losing the left. I guess it only has to beat me here, though. Am I supposed to do this and hope for the best? I think we just, play our cards and let Brood sort them out. Oh, you know, technically, Nico turned Xiao into a demon was bigger than Kitty in the center, yeah?
Power must be controlled.
Unlucky. Unlucky. Frantic. Enjoy your time out for making us get Shang-Chi. That one's firmly on you. Oh man, playing Viv Vision on not the Fisk Tower. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Jeff, how surprised are you to hear that Pokemon Pocket is losing player retention? I mean, even if Pokemon Pocket was doing absolutely everything right, they would be struggling with player retention. That's just how live service games do as they age. So, like, by no means is Pocket remotely doing everything right, but, like, that's, like, really not the least bit surprising. But, thank Nico for taking one for the team there. Shout out to Mindscape for doing the heavy lift. And we drew the Shulau for the extra rub here. Oh, what did I end on? Oh, I ended on Maverick like a smart boy. Oh, I don't have a 1-drop though. Sag. I mean, their play lost to me just playing their Kyera with the Maverick here, so it's a bold choice.
Victory.
I don't know, chat. Looking at this historical data, Pokemon Pocket might be in some trouble. January 2026 was their lowest revenue month in the last like year and a half, and they only made $35 million in the single calendar month. And they're gonna have to like downgrade from platinum toilet paper to gold at the office. Oh wait, was this month worse? I apologize. There was 1 month worse than that. Dead game walking, going broke. Only $35 million. Whoopsie poopsie. Gold toilet paper chafes too much. Spoken like a true poor. Freaking yikes. That's fine. Diablo Space is guaranteed to be killing one of these two, yeah? God bless us, everyone. We've had first Nico copy mode, yes, but what about second Nico copy mode? Asking the real questions. What do you think about tucking old Murdaddy in? Copy Shulau. If I copy Shulau, I can't Scarlet Spider, chat. But I think I'd rather Scarlet Spider. Order in the cart! I'm not out of line, you're out of line! Shulau explicitly cares about the last character that you played. You cannot mess up the order by playing a skill. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ugh. Oh, so that's 2 more here. And then this is 12, so it's 14. I could get up to 29. And then this is 35. Man. I think we're dead. Yeah, Isan is likely adding more power. Oh, they can't cast their other Foom, right? This was one was created by Moon Girl. Oh, they ran out of created cards. Does Shao Thena cover you left? Their Isan's putting more power into here. So I can't just beat what they do on the board. I have to. I have to play for the other two because they're adding more points there because of the Isan. How's Thena felt this deck? She's been fine. Pretty consistently like 6 to 12 points of power. Sometimes you have to make a sequencing decision where you're like giving up equity in another spot to maximize the Thea, but she's felt like a worthwhile play. I would think I would continue to play her. I want more cards like Thea that make you think about sequencing decisions. Let me tell you about the latest season pass card, Star-Lord, Master of the Sun. What's going on, Engineer? Good morning. Actually, against an opposing Kitty Pride deck, I probably want to hold Spider-Ham until, like, turn 4 to maximize my chance of catching a Shulao. Thankfully, between Merlin and Kate, probably not going to need to play Kitty this game. Give myself flexibility where I can put my dragon and my spider. Still significantly more power. That's my Maverick, unfortunately. What do we think? I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do it. Well, they also have the red cosmic border on their Shulao chat. We're not original. Sedge. All right, is 23 enough on the left? It might not be because their Maverick's going to give plus 11. So we're hoping our Scarlet Spider lands center for the easy lockup. Unlucky. Breaker, breaker, give me the news. I got 21 points over you. Very nice, very nice. Lost this 50-50. Won the game anyways. Thought all the red borders of the game were reserved for Airshim. Mood.
Opponent snapped.
My hand's not very good. I'll leave while I snap. Excellent. Let's play the game. Cards played into Dark Dimension do not count as cards played for the turn for Athena. This can be both a downside and an upside depending on the situation that we're in. Huh? Oh, is not the Merlin spell I wanted for Christmas. Astral Plane threatening to clog us up on the right as well here. I don't know. It's clunky either way. I often see Kitty Pride played in the right location turn one, even when the left location is safe. Is there a reason for that? No, it's the same. It just doesn't matter. Could have gotten rid of Dream Dimension, chose not to. What a fucking monster. Dodging Electra. I guess our opponent is not so good at drawing Shulau, huh? I was gonna Elsa, Ham, Kate with the Elsa bonus for +4, and then Scarlet to the center, I think was our line. Was Elsa porked? We'll never know. There's no possible way to know. I said what I said, and that's what we would have done. This deck list and its position after the last big set of OTA changes that Marvel Snap had is truly a testament to how Second Dinner balances their game. So many people years later like to complain or act like Second Dinner guts and kills cards when they nerf them, and that really just could not be further from the truth, and this deck is a shining example of that. You know, we got a number of cards in here tapped down when Shulao changes got made, and this deck is still playable and reasonable. It felt good for us in those games. It's got good stats on Untapped. It was in one of my best decks roundups over the weekend. If you want to play with this card, whether you're someone that picked up the season pass last season or you're a free-to-play player who just got it, it's still a powerful, unique Marvel Snap card that works well in a variety of decks, and this is definitely one of them. I think the big standout in my mind is Thea felt pretty good, pretty consistently here. There were definitely moments where we had to decide between, like, playing out more cards or getting Thea's bonus, but she was very regularly hitting 6 points, which is like the floor, and she was relatively consistently hitting 9 or 12 with proper sequencing. Can you replace Maverick in these decks? You cannot replace Maverick inside of Shulao decks that are playing Maverick. So there are competitive Shulao decks that don't play Maverick, but you can't just cut him from a deck that wants to have him. Because these are your two amplifiers in this deck, and the deck is built around being able to amplify Shulao consistently, doubling up his bonus in the games where you get him. If you're looking for a non-Maverick Shulao deck, check the Decks Roundup on the YouTube channel. There was one of those up there over the weekend. And one with and one without. All right, gamers, have an ad roll. We'll figure out what we're playing when we get back. Not quite sure yet. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you enjoy the content, don't forget to tap the like button while you're here. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. Pew, pew. Yes, Supergiant is just like Dark Dimension that we were talking about, Old Man Ace, where the cards played that are face down that don't reveal don't count as played for the turn.
Epic.
Oh, what is my children's extracurricular schedule like today? Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. Some of the chaff here. Deck 10. Would Jeff the Shark reveal after Supergiant? He does not. I guess I need to play Star-Lord for my weekend gold. We should find a Star-Lord pile that I am happy with. Would you take a deck submission? Yeah, I've got time for at least one more deck. What do you got for me, Gonzo? It's just figuring out what we wanted to do next. Is there any counter to Super Giant's effect? Yeah, good sequencing. Cosmoing it. Playing a deck that doesn't care about having its turn 5 turned off, pseudo turned off. Yeah, magic on turn 4. Magic on turn 4 is a good call out because you basically move the last turn of the game. Playing for priority. Playing for priority doesn't always, like, the decks that get hosed by Super Giant are getting hosed even if they have priority. I'd be fine with either of those, Gonzo. Whatever you wanna hit me with. I'd probably err if you're indifferent towards the Star-Lord stuff, since I've got weekend missions to do, but both of those sound fine. I do really like this sleeve the more I look at it. I think we're gonna add a new sleeve to my favorite. Are there any Star-Lord decks that score reasonably well in the Jeff scale? I generally just kind of avoid playing cards that have 40% play rate sterics, so I don't know that I have a strong opinion of that, because that's usually, outside of, like, right when they release, people aren't usually looking for content on the thing that, like, everybody's playing. So, much like Shulao last season, I think long-term Star-Lord's a card that'll go into a lot of the types of decks that I really enjoy, but unless they're viewer deck submissions or I need to clean a weekend mission, we're probably not playing much Star-Lord on this channel, because he's likely to be very popular for the entire season. Let's open some boxes while we're waiting for the next mission. I think I'm missing 700 gold variants. I don't know, gamers. If the Star-Lord deck is 3x Eliathing you probably should have been playing for priority, right? Those decks don't put a ton of points into play, especially outside of the Star-Lord lane. Like, put some more numbers on the board. Also, if they're gonna 3x Eliath you, a Cosmos somewhere probably fucks them up real bad, yeah? Wish there was an easy way to check if I was missing a 700 gold variant. Other than memory. I guess the latest ones were all in an album, yeah? That's a super rare. So do I have all of them then? I might be caught up actually. They need to release a card that lets me shag my opponent's energy. To be fair, I think a design that's like players can't have more energy than the current turn number is probably a when, not an if. Attacking extra energy is one of the few things we don't have a direct take card for. Speaking of Goliathing people in 3 lanes. Hubba, thank you for the 67 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back.
Opponent snapped.
So, like, looking at this deck, how do you have priority to triple Goliath people on turn 6? That doesn't seem like something that happens very frequently, yeah? Sure, yeah, so I understand. The people trying to explain mechanically the game actions you take, you're missing the point of my question. The point of my question is, like, what are your opponents, what are you doing as a gamer that, like, you like, aren't, that, like, your opponent's doing nothing, effectively, and then suddenly they still have priority to triple Goliath you? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, why aren't you taking game actions?
Higher, further, faster, baby.
This seems tougher. Like a tougher nut to crack than, oh my god, I have Taskmaster and not Zola. That's so funny. We were talking about Zola and my brain broke. We won the left. May all the corporate Democrats take note. I sacrificed the right and the center, and I went all in on the left. This is the advice you need. Well, shit. So I guess we'll play this out because it's not doing anything else. This into this and demand spider stuff. That is a fun vision variant. Holy. Fantasy vision, yep. I should do... Oh, I should have played the Agony here is what I should have done, right? Because I have Zola this time? Yeah, messed up again.
Kneel before Galactus. Escaped.
Maybe this deck is too top heavy. I mean, you're not doing anything in the early turns. That's kind of the point, right? I like how a miniaturized lab has to embiggen before it can blow up. Yep. All right, we're a Star-Lord deck, so we're not playing Agony on one.
Opponent snapped.
All right, not a Star-Lord game. Oh, man. Right, well, we drew the man spider, says local man, about to be Cosmoed. A few people in chat, like, this archetype that we're playing right now has been complained about a lot. And I really think if you're anywhere close to having the cards for these types of decks, like, you really should play them a little bit yourself because they're really paper bags. They fold to so much. And while their stats aren't atrocious, they're really pretty far and away from the most impressive or best decks we've seen in the game in a little while. Not even just location variants. You suffer from draw variants to a degree. There's so many things your opponents can be playing that beat you up, from Super Giant to Cosmo to others. Like, just so many different things that give you a bad time. Yeah, there's a lot of negativity bias around these decks where like you very vividly remember the games where their deck is functional and pops off and does this big stupid thing, but like you don't get to see or you don't remember the games where they like limp noodle and do nothing against you, or they limp noodle and do nothing against something else. Is there anything to do with Fallen One besides decks like this? Fallen One's best decks are Man Spider decks. My favorite Fallen One deck is the Galactus Man Spider deck. Looks a bit different than this. Are we supposed to Star-Lord? Star-Lord gives me +3. I think I'm just supposed to Symbiote Spider-Man, yeah? Does Man Spider retrigger Galactus? No, merging does not retrigger on reveals. Symbiote Spider-Man explicitly says it merges and then retriggers on reveals. It really speaks volumes to how few merge cards are playable that it's a very common misconception that merging works with on reveals, because this is one of the few merge cards that like sees regular play. So that's something people ask about a lot. I don't know. All right, so here's the thing. Oh no, we're gonna lose the ice cube, chat. Shoot, I have one less energy next turn. Honestly, playing the Absorbing Man was probably wrong. I'm probably supposed to have held the Absorbing Man for the Man Spider. So this merges in, and then this merges in, and then we Taskmaster. Yeah, definitely should not have played the Absorbing Man. We would have been much larger if I'd have held the Absorbing Man. But turns out 84 is probably enough.
Victory.
I agree with the comment that games of Marvel Snap tend to be less interesting when someone can do nothing for 3 or 4 turns instead of, and then still win the game. It's one of the many reasons why Sanctum Showdown, I think, is the best way to play Marvel Snap. I think Marvel Snap's core strategy and card loop with tempo focused gameplay is just absolute tops. Really, really, really love Sanctum Showdown at its core. Domination has the potential to be so bad for us. 50% of the time, it's terrible. Oh, man. Wow, Presto. You know what you did. You know what you did. Why would you put this energy out in the world? Alright, so we're looking to draw Zola, Grandmaster, or Absorbing Man. Kinda isn't great. Do I have any lines? Feel like we're cooked, yeah?
Escaped.
At this point, if Second Dinner made Sanctum or Diner a new ladder format, would that be cost effective because they would have to redesign a bunch of cards, the ones banned in those formats? I think that's an incorrect assumption conclusion, Rob. I think the more realistic thing is we see Second Dinner integrate more than one game mode into the ladder. So to give an example from another game, similar to how Magic Arena, you can play, I guess this was the case. I guess I don't know if it's still the case, but like Magic Arena, when I played it, didn't have a separate constructed ladder for historic and for standard. Like there was just the constructed ladder, and then whichever games you were playing and whichever format you queued for counted towards your constructed ladder rank. So like there's no reason why you couldn't have the ladder exactly how it is now and then also have a game mode that like also moves that number up as you play. And I don't know exactly what those details look like. You got to translate it a little bit game mode to game mode, how you're winning cubes or points or whatever. Like maybe you make some type of generic point system and winning cubes gets you points and then winning charms gets you so many points or whatever the ratios are. Like I don't know what those details look like, but you could absolutely have multiple formats feed into the same ladder goes up system. I really hate when people try and bring up too many queues when we talk about things like that in Marvel Snap, because you know what? You know what, chat? If at any point Second Dinner decides there's too many queues in their fucking game, you know what they should do? They should get rid of some of the fucking Conquest queues. Why are there always 3 different Conquest modes? It's completely unnecessary. I can see maybe you want more than one, maybe you want Proving Grounds plus something else, but there's very little reason why there should be 3 Conquest modes. Uh... Jim Hammond Human Torch could get pretty spicy in this deck. Yeah, you just kind of don't have room for it is the thing. You have to give up like the Majestic Wing Beat probably, or like the, honestly, the Alliath might be the card to go. I don't know that this build's like even less likely to have priority than some of the other ones. The Alliath and the Wing Beat slots could potentially be. Oh, that's interesting. Why wouldn't you? It's weird they didn't absorbing me in center. Yeah, you're basically only going to have priority against other people doing nothing, yeah? All right, 50% of the time, this works every time. See, chat, that was a 50%er, just not the way we thought. Nope, it was a 0%er. Got it. Excellent, fun. And it's really, again, just goes back to talking about how, like, it's so easy to think of these decks as impossible to keep up with when they look like they're going to do all of the stuff. But, like, they're just so fragile, right? Like, we just did a whole lot of nothing. And then our opponent was able to exploit the fact that we did a whole lot of nothing by playing one of the 40 cards in the game that interacts with our whole lot of nothing. I like the idea of swapping out the Alliath. And I think the Wing Beat is probably the other swap. And a bit of I like Alliath for Jim Hammond. Give us a way to make a number. Maybe we don't do the Sunspot to start. I like Wing Beat conceptually. But Alliath is ish medium. Okay, let's give it at least one shake here with Jim Hammond before the ad break. I feel like if they were going to adjust Gambit, they would have done it a long time ago, and I think his stats are probably not problematic, despite him being a very frustrating card. Do I symbiote Spider-Man or do I Star-Lord here? I kind of like symbiote Spider-Maning. Kind of like symbiote Spider-Maning. Because then if I top deck Fallen One, we can have a big Fallen One. And if I don't top deck Fallen One, we can double Star-Lord.
Clear for takeoff.
That makes him significantly better in some situations, Virtual. Yeah. All right, how much NRG do we have? A lot.
Opponent snapped.
Every time? I think every time, yes? Every time has been declared? Bop, dip dop, these Doombots. Tiny little Doombots. Do 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 do. Ittiest, bittiest, babyest Doombots, chat. They're so little. Can't say that I've grandmastered a Fin Fang Foom before. That was pretty alright, yeah. Turns out Doom, it does in fact not rule all accurate. And they boomer stat me, so that means they're gonna sit here and sweat it out. Always, always and forever. It's so funny how you could predict that type of player behavior. Just like they don't get it in one way, they're not gonna get it in another. One of the snaps of all time. Pause champ, pause champ. Sure, we won the game, but they made us sit through Doombot power increases, so who really came out ahead here? Asking the real questions. Why does Doombot's adding power take so long? Because the card was stone cold unplayable for a long enough time that they never bothered to make improvements to it. Okay, so what happens when I Zola this and then like Absorbing Man and Grandmaster and then like merge this into the Zolas in the, yeah, we're just gonna like put, we're just gonna put fucking Arnim Zolas everywhere, chat. Okay. So we go. Okay, so this, put us a copy of this here and here. It doesn't work though, does it? I think it's just this.
Or is it that?
Oh, and then I can't activate them either. Yeah, I don't think we ever get to activate them in a meaningful way. That's fine. It'll be fine. Brutal sort it out. Hey. I don't know. We'll find out. That's pretty good. Except
Why are your cards destroying your cards?
for fun and profit. Is that good enough? Hey, that's good enough, yeah. Some Doombots are gonna mosey around.
Do you even know what's happening, or is it random?
Yes.
Victory.
All right, gamers. We take a brief pause for the cause. Let some adverts roll. I'm gonna help my wife carry a large box up the stairs from the basement while that happens. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on YouTube, find the like button. Because let's be honest, none of us knew what was happening there. Oh. How much of a box of can a box of gnomes really weigh? It was a box of Legos, actually. Chat, the Valentine's Day gnomes have been up for a little while, okay? We don't have another changing of the gnomes for a week or more. They've been up for a little bit. The Christmas gnomes rotate out for Valentine's Day gnomes. And then after this weekend, the Valentine's Day gnomes, they rotate out for St. Patrick's Day gnomes. Absolutely. And that Haley's favorite gnomes are the St. Patrick's Day gnomes because they're all green, and green's her favorite color. Well, yeah, and then the spring gnomes are 2 stages because there's specifically Easter gnomes, but there's also generic spring gnomes. So those all go out at once, but then the Easter gnomes get put away before the general spring gnomes go. Because Easter happens, and then it's very there's a whole rotation. And for people who are new here, let's give some context. This is like a third of the gnomes in my home. This is important Hooglandia lore here. So where's a good gnome display? I'm gonna find a gnome display photo here. So this was our Christmas setup. So they go here and sometimes up along here, and then they go all the way up the staircase. Some of them are quite large. You'll be rich once the gnome economy takes off. Absolutely. Where's the good size context? These are the big ones. 5-year-olds for scale. We have must have an entire storage room for gnomes, something like that. Listen, chat, you should, just good life advice. You should never ask questions you don't want to know the answer to, like, how many gnomes exist in my house? That's just not a question I want to know the answer to, so I don't ask it. Speaking of Valentine's Day, gamers, you've got 2 more days, 2.5, to order from Holzkern by February 11th and get their lovely products in your hands in the USA by Valentine's Day. It's good to be working with them again. They've sponsored the stream a number of times the past few months. They make lovely jewelry and watches for both men and women from largely natural materials. Check them out using my link and use code JeffH to save an extra 15% there with them. You only ask that question if you wake up and there's a gnome staring you directly in the face. Yep. How much have you spent on gnomes? I've never spent any money on gnomes in my life, chat. $0. But I am saying, if you have a spare Prime sub at home, I could use it to fund my significant other's gnome diction. So help a guy out. You know those memes where they're like, someone help me budget, my family is starving, and it's like $1,000 on something ridiculous? I'm sure it's like that.
Clear for takeoff.
We need to go fund me for the gnomes. Yep. Man, we're so bad at drawing what I actually want to draw here. Really wanted a Grandmaster or a Zola. I think we're cooked without them. I guess if this is enough to win the left, Finfang might win one of the others. Oh, and they're also a Zola deck. They're gonna Zola the deck in. So we're cooked.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
Honestly, I'm glad we played a variation of this deck on stream. I think I've heard a lot of people talking about how it's super obnoxious and hard to beat. They're really just such a limp noodle deck so much of the time. Played a lot of games there and did not get 5 wins in with it to finish our weekend missions up. Should we try the other more popular build? Maybe the more popular build is better. Just on a low bar. This is the popular build from the next roundup. Let's import. Come on, game. Let's import that and see how it feels. Maybe this build is cracked, chat. Maybe the man spider stuff just makes it unplayable. To set a low bar, this deck has a better win rate than Hella. Shulao is so overpowered he's appearing in menus outside of the game, yep.
Opponent snapped.
I mean, if you're gonna twist my arm. What's going on, Presto? Found your sword you dropped. Ooh. Splish splash doo 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 doo. RNG, RNG, RNG. Round and round the cards they go, where they stop only Brood knows. Marvel slot machine, I choose you. I just keep thinking back to Christy's comment from a second ago when she walked in and she was like, do you even know what's happening or is it all random? Why, yes. Yes, it is. I've been playing a build that KM best featured that's playing Daredevil and Juggernaut. That's hilarious. What a deeply inbred and toxic pile of nonsense. Daredevil and Juggernaut. I, for one, am shocked that it's 2026 and Juggernaut is still a toxic piece of shit card. Can you believe they left? Can you believe that that card was a... Can you believe that that card was a freaking 3-drop for as long as it was? How stupid was that? Fucking Gambit, man. This guy. A 3-drop that no one was playing. Yeah, accurate. Not just a 3-drop, but one that nobody wanted to play. My deck has no cards in it, which unironically is good for us here, because it means my cards just go into play. So thanks, I think. Maybe, I mean, it depends on how their RNG rolls, yeah. Whether or not they can spend their energy. There's a Fin Fang Foob in their deck that they took from us. All right, I've lost the right. Thinking must not be your strong suit, AK the Great. Valkyrie is not something I expected of them. I mean, to be fair, they had Ant-Man, right? A small indicator that Valkyrie could be lurking.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
All right, Star-Lord, I hope you've been training with Neo. I need you to stay strong, brother. Dodge the pig. Dodge the pig! He does not consent to being porked. I think I'm supposed to hold Luna Snow just because it gives me the most cards in hand for Spider Ham. Sedge. My poor. Yeah. All right, so I have 8 energy. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Is it this? This gives me 14 energy next turn. I could also do this, which gives me 10 energy next turn plus wave. I think this is better, yeah?
All systems go.
know if I want to Alliance or if I want a Red Hulk chip. Goliath is more toxic. Follow the toxicity. It's always the fart monster. I mean, they gave us priority, chat. Moocheth! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! It's me. I'm the problem, it's me. At tea time. The deck is named Bad Guy. Obviously, you're supposed to ally at them. That's honestly just good advice. Hey, CJNJ, thank you for the almost 7.5 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Good afternoon. Well, we know where this is going now. Jamanzir. Thanks for the 7 months. Oh, I guess I already used that. My brain's bad. Legion left. Yeah, I mean, I guess that denies them this. Honestly, don't hate it. It's a little Legion brained. But I could Star-Lord here and then Zolo the Star-Lord across the board, and that's probably enough, yeah.
You won't need this anymore.
Or are they a Hella deck? What a weird Hella deck. Oh, they're the Star-Lord Hella, probably, yeah. Got it. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Oh shit, it backfired. I mean, only if they hit their 25%er.
Victory.
I think that was the last Star-Lord win I needed, yeah? Narrator, they did not, yep. Be-do-do-do. Do-do-do. All right, the last few minutes of the stream, I wanted to take a look at some of the champion changes that are coming to one of the character collectors I play. One of the things I've really loved about Dark Legion past the DCIP is that they've taken a very active approach to balance, which is not something I've ever experienced in a character collector game. Usually, these types of games just like balance through power creep and like let older characters rot. And as someone who like enjoys a lot of the characters in the DCIP, it's really nice that they're like revisiting and trying to sculpt an actual metagame for the PvP aspect of their game, as opposed to just like, nah, we'll just make the next one better and you'll want the next one and your old favorites don't get played. But for any of my fellow Dark Legioners, it could be in here somewhere. It's a character collector on Android, iOS, and has a PC client. The big kind of range of change that they made. There's one kind of overarching change that they pushed for the Titans as a tag, and then there's one big one that they changed for the Bat family. And the big thing for the Titans is that they're pushing them to be more of an anti-spiritual damage composition, where Starfire previously only gave additional damage reduction to outsider allies, and now she's giving it to outsiders and Teen Titans, and she's giving it explicitly spiritual damage reduction that's much higher than it was before. So her base is up like 50%, and then the bonus is up, is it up 100% even? Yeah, the bonus is up 100%, but explicitly just for spiritual. And then another thing they're doing to a bunch of the Titans characters is they're changing their kits to give more bonuses, because they reworked the team tag in the last patch to give your team more benefits based on the number of buffs the Titans have on them. So like her Starbolt skill, instead of reducing opposing attack, she's going to boost ally attack, which will help you trigger that, which is nice. They're also changing some of her other things that previously only worked with outsiders to work with outsiders and Titans. So she'll get extra energy now. Similarly, Cyborg previously made your opponents take more physical damage. Now he gives a bonus to your allies, dealing more physical damage. So similar effect, but it's a buff to trigger the Titan synergy. Arsenal is actually very interesting. He is now giving a crit damage buff to, again, work with that, but he previously wasn't a buffer, which is nice. Raven, what is she doing? Her big one is she's still healing, but when she ults, she also increases spiritual defense. It's not surprising to me to see all these changes to give defenses against spiritual attacks, because the current spiritual team in PvP is like the best by a lot currently. This Donna Troy change is also very elegant. She previously gave the same bonus to Amazons and Titans, and now she gives Amazons and Titans different bonuses with the extra spiritual defense up to Titans. They reworked a lot of the Bat family in general. I want to talk about Red Robin in a second, but the big change they did on this one is they made Batgirl a healer, which is very interesting. So she still increases crit rate, which is the big thing that she does. And they actually gave her a little bit more crit rate increase, and then she heals the ally with the lowest HP for a given amount. And now, instead of giving a single target crit rate buff, she gives healing to the lowest ally with her regular skill. And instead of dropping crit resistance on this one, she heals when she lands a critical hit on attack. So her kit wants crit hit inside of it as well. And now she still has extra energy, which is really neat, because the Bats family always had to basically splash a healer from another faction. And now that they'll have one native in there. They also boosted. I'm gonna be curious to see if Batman is finally playable. Yeah, are you a Nightwing gamer, Ant-Man? I think Nightwing's gonna be much better. They're basically setting up Nightwing and the Titans to be like a counter to the Justice League Dark. But I think overall this is probably a pretty big net buff for Nightwing gamers. He's one of my better built characters as well. They are completely removing the Justice League aspect from Batman's kit, which I think is very good. It's always so weird that he was inside of that. They're giving him more damage in his different kits and giving him an interrupt on the opponents, which this type of effect tends to be very powerful in these types of games. Even just a brief pause of what the opponent's things are doing, especially in Nightwing compositions, your fights are so quick that like disrupting the opponents for a moment can buy you a lot of time to clear them out. They added this, similar to Batgirl, they made it so when he lands a critical hit, he does something extra. So he's going to need extra crit hit in his target as well. This not only reduces attack, but also makes him untargetable for a moment too, which is nice. Lets him dip out of combat. And his synergies now explicitly give him extra crit rate as opposed to attack, which is much better for his kit overall. And they count Bat Family and Justice League, which is nice. And probably get him in a full team between Justice League and Bat Family and get his crit rate up to right around 100%. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of things to try. So like one of where is it? I had a couple of pictures of things to try. Well, I think it was supposed to be roll out in the patch somewhat soon, but like I think something like this for Nightwing team could be sweet, mixing in John Jones. You could also do something like this and get the Justice League tag in here too. One of the interesting things they're doing with John's tag as well, if you're a Martian Manhunter, is he's counting Justice League to extend his ultimate now as well. So they could be a good DPS for that team potentially. The Batman bundles of the home screen too. So I've spewed on some of those Batman bundles before and was disappointed. I'm hoping this round of changes will make me a lot less sad that I invested into Batman, but we'll see. I will absolutely let folks know if Batman's worth throwing a few dollar redos at, or if he's still worse than the other options. Because this type of comp is still pretty appealing too. One of the big things, and it's really gonna have to get a feel for like how much spiritual damage reduction you actually need, because there could also be good, like there's a world where you sub out Martian Manhunter for Donna, and or you sub out Martian Manhunter for Donna in a comp like this too, to really max out on your what's it called, your spiritual resistance. Is Arsenal usable? I don't know. And that's this is a team I've tried a few times throughout all of their reworks, and I've always been disappointed with him, but I've incidentally, like, he was on other banners that I pulled for, so he got a lot of copies with Martian Manhunter, and he was one of the weekly things that I picked up a bunch of copies of. So if he's good, I'm gonna find out. But he gives a crit damage buff now after this patch goes live later this week, which means he's gonna trigger that Titans modifier and give everybody extra physical penetration and spiritual defense, which is nice. How free to play friendly is this game? So it is a character collector game with PvP, so basically there's always a bigger fish. So free to plays can play the game and you can collect all of the champions in the game, but you absolutely will not get them up to the biggest maximum. So if you're someone who's only happy if you could be #1 in a PvP competition, you're not going to be happy in this game. But I have plenty of fun playing it, and I'm not the biggest fish in any of the oceans that I swim in. It's all about setting expectations and goals and looking for team combinations and stuff like that. I got beat up by the Lobo banner. I should have spent on Martian Manhunter. Yeah, Manhunter's fun. He has a very unique kit, the way his counterattacks work. I'll be curious to see. His kind of space in the game before this was he was kind of a John Constantine counter, but now like the Titans are going to do that more directly. So part of me wonders if he's going to lose his identity and where exactly he's going to fit in. Is 642 the level cap? It is not. So the way the level cap in the game works is every month they add 10 more to the cap to get you to keep having something to spend the leveling resources towards. So I'm still a little bit off of the current cap in my server. So my server's cap is 650 currently. This is DC Dark Legion. Drop you. I have a... Woo! Give me in somewhere. I have a very ugly referral link that gets me some bonuses in game if you decide to check it out. But it's fun. I think it's does the character collecting game thing well. I like the DC Comics IP. It came out like the beginning of last year. I did a couple of sponsored videos for them on the YouTube side when they reached out, and then I just like have kept playing it since then. I'm trying to wrap my change around the relic changes now that the character ones require you to invest in them to get the free. I don't. What do you mean relic changes, man? I don't know what relic changes means. That's something that they detailed in these changes. I don't know what a relic is. Like Nightwing specific items. You mean like the legacy weapons that you get for spending eyes? That's the only kind of character specific item. The legacy weapons give you a bonus at base level, Ant-Man. They just changed visually how it displays in game, showing you have to cast them to get the perks now. That's not true. Did they announce that somewhere? That's not currently true in game. It really wouldn't make sense if you had to put, I mean, well, that's deceptive. They just changed. I'll load it up and I'll show you. They changed it in a good way, in my opinion. They changed it visually so you could more easily see what the bonuses were. So I could load this for a second to show you what I mean. I have a number of my legacies on my characters I'm more invested in that are upgraded, but I have a few at base level so we can compare. It's probably just a confusion because it shows it differently now. So like here Superman is one whose legacy piece I don't have any extra points and it's just base level. So this is currently level 1. And so it shows here what it's currently doing, and then it's showing you what stats get better from this when you upgrade it to 5 white. And then same thing here. It's currently doing this, and then if you get to 5 blue, it makes these numbers bigger by this amount. Yeah. No, yeah, they didn't make it worse. So then, like, to show you a comparison of like what I have rolled up here, it's still the same thing. It says level 2 now, and it says this is what it currently does. And if I put it to purple, it gets the numbers get better that way. No, that's a good question. And this is definitely an interface improvement overall. It lets you more cleanly see what bonuses you get at different stats. All right, gamers, I'm heading out. I gotta run my middle guy over to his ice skating lesson this afternoon. I appreciate everybody that hung out all the way through the end of the stream. We will be back tomorrow morning. I think we're gonna do... what's the vibe? I think we're gonna do Final Fantasy to start tomorrow morning for a couple of hours at least. We're getting close-ish to the end of wrapping that one up, and then we've got a new Marvel Snap card release in the afternoon is the game plan. I will catch all of y'all around later, and hopefully we'll see you back again in the morning. Lord Miller, thank you for the 95 months again. Appreciate that. That's a real long time. Almost 8 years. Bye, gamers.